Hello everyone. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully we can keep me alive this time. Wow. Okay, anyway, let's get going. So of course we're gonna go with my good old standby. And because misery loves company. And begin. And we will be playing on Twitch, obviously. Alright, so which kingdoms are we going to go with this time? Because last time we went with the Baron... No, it was the Chiefs of the North, Counts of the East, and Patricians of the Coast. Yes, we are. Dingus, I'll let you make the first choice. Grandees of the South. Got it. Alright, so now we need two more. Anybody else in chat? Alright, Chiefs of the North. Alright, anybody else? Also, welcome in, Citadel. I appreciate you coming. We just need one more choice. Now, when you do join Citadel, just remember to do !join, once it gets started, obviously, but !join, pronouns, and then the faction you want. So, like, Chiefs, Grandees, Counts, whatever. And we are just waiting on at least one more person to make a choice. That was pretty good. Just trying to see if I can't get any more people in that can, because I think if I remember correctly, you need a minimum of 4 people. Also, how you liking the pizza emote? Alright, so... Oh yeah, it's... At one point I had my bot set up so that it actually did it in text form with a bunch of other text art things. But unfortunately, when my computer died last year, I pretty much lost everything. I was lucky that I originally used Streamlabs because they keep a cloud copy of your entire overlay. So it wasn't a complete start over, because that would have been absolute hell. Let's be completely honest. Trying to get all this stuff set back up again would have been a pain in the ass. Hold on, I will be right back, guys. Okay, sorry about that. My son needed me for something real quick. Anyway, I'm going to pick the last one, and we haven't had Barons of the March yet, so they're going to be the third faction. And here we go. Alright, so yeah, like I said, basically just do ! join the region you want, and then your then pronouns. There we go. Citadel, you're next. Now, I will say this. The Chiefs almost had me last game. They literally had me dead to rights. But then the Patricians came out of nowhere and just stole it from them. It was amazing. I don't think I quite got it, but it's fine that you got Chiefs of the North. Oh, it actually. Oh, you can. Wow, I didn't know you could actually fix it afterwards. That's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, I love that. That's pretty cool. Wow, I can't type to save my life. Sorry, I'm trying to bring in a few more people just so we can kind of make this a little more interesting. Hey, Pwn. Or, no, Dark Shadow Knight. Sorry. I'm used to seeing Dark and Pwn. Welcome to the Barons of the March. Alright, so that should be enough to get us going for now. Obviously, more people can join later. Oh, it is Pwn. Nice. I recognize that anywhere. Alright, so we are going to begin. And let it go from there. Anybody that wants to join afterwards, obviously, like I said, can. So if we get more people, more than likely we will. Alright, so first off, we have the North, the Capital, the March, and the South, which this map looks a lot different than the one last time. kind of looks like the north is surrounding us completely. Hey, son. I will work on that. Don't worry. Unlike those brutes in the north. Citadel, you're going to take this. Okay, so. Go with the coronation first. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Why the hurry? To delay any longer would make the nobles restless, and when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. Nope, no patricians. Yeah, no. I decided to try to do something a little differently this time. Citadel is the only reason why we still have the north, because he decided he wanted to go with the north. Okay, very well. What must I do? As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. Let's get this over with then. Shall we call the nobles in? Yep. Alright, so this is where you guys get to have fun. For those that aren't familiar. You actually get to vote for different things. Oh no, you're good. Alright, so first things first. Not having y'all throw me in a river. Not happening. Sorry. And Pwn, it's going to be exclamation point, vote, and then the letter. Once I hit start vote. So, there you go. So like I said, you just type, yep, there you go. We must honor the gods. Now for the newer people, I'll give you guys a chance to actually get things going. There we go. And that's 3 nobles, so 3 people voted. Alright, so it looks like I will be... Okay. Nice. You would have to join, bud. That's the only thing. You'd have to actually do the join kingdom and then pronoun. So, soldiers from across the kingdom take part in the parade. They're even outfitted in impressive new equipment for the occasion. So the North's military is now mighty, the March's military is powerful, and the South's military is capable. By the way, for anyone that doesn't know, Gabriel is my son. Just be he, she, or they. Thank you, Dingus. As you climb up onto the shield and hold your sword aloft, you realize this is not going to be easy. Your arm quickly starts to hurt, your soldiers stagger and groan under your weight. Sure enough, one of your shield bearers trips on a loose cobblestone and drops you face first in a puddle, in full view of half the city. At least the only thing hurt is your pride. Ew. So, my authority dropped by 1. Yay. We're already off to a great start. No, it's okay. It's okay, Pwn. Alright, so we're going to do the council introduction quickly, and then after that, there is going to be an ad break in like 2 minutes. Actually, we might be able to get through all 3 of these. So, now that you're the queen, your first duty is to meet the Council of Nobles. Wow, Citadel, wow. Your nobles hail from all across the kingdom, the wintry north, the scorching south, and of course, the bleak march. Introduce yourself to the chiefs first. Damn, Citadel. You still bald. I mean, what? Good luck in the days ahead, Your Majesty. You'll need it dealing with us lot. Introduce yourself to the grandees of the south. May the ninth god bless your reign, Your Holiness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and faith. Hail and well met, Your Majesty. Under your leadership, we'll whip this kingdom into shape, And with that, the introductions are done. The council hall immediately fills with raised voices as nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. Nice. Let's see where it puts you, Gabe. It puts you with the barons, actually. So you're with Pone. Also, that's what your noble looks like, by the way. Alright. You sigh and sit back. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. Alright. Path to victory. Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? Military, as a conqueror. A warrior queen is sure to be remembered fondly if she wins more battles than she loses. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's overall military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Since y'all want to go military anyway, might as well lean into it. Alright, and we will let the ads roll in about 4 seconds, and I'll see you guys in a minute and 30. And we're back. Alright. Alright. And we'll get a stretch in. And hydrate. Which, you know what? Since it was my son asking, I'm actually going to drink water. Both redeemed, and now we go to end the season. And for those that don't know, this is where the schemes come into play. Zaremia of the J.M. Dingus lineage, sinister southern vintner, stands bathed in sunshine, ranting in a fury. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Yeah. Wow, Pwn. Wow. Alright, so now it is up to the Grandees of the South to vote on their scheme. Southerners. Wait, is Dingus the only one that's Southern? Yep, sure is. Doppelganger. Nice. Lower Own Defiance. Alright. One noble voted for Doppelganger. The Grandees plan to swap the real queen for a perfect doppelganger. First, they must gain the trust of the Spy Master. To advance their scheme, the Grandees must keep Defiance at 4 or less in 4 seasons. Ooh, hello. Alright, so that is the end of that. So now we go to the Chiefs. So Citadel, this is up to you. Bjarn of the Crack Citadel clan, well-known northern rascal, stands precariously on a longhouse crossbeam, droning as if in a trance. Chiefs of the North, we all know I should be on the throne, not this impostor Queen Liliana. How do we make that happen? Alright, Citadel, now you get to vote on your scheme. And with that, you also still just do the exclamation point vote, and then A, B, or C. Not the B's. I think Citadel's the only Chiefs. Yeah. Pwn, when it gets time to the Barons, you and my son will be voting. So there we go. Looks like the Chiefs are going to be raising their own military, which is funny because that falls in line with my plan. Oh, Jesus. Really, Dingus? The Chiefs plan to make an alliance with the Ice Giants to take over the kingdom. First, they must not be weak, or the Giants won't take their proposal seriously. To advance their scheme, the Chiefs must raise their military to 5 or more. Yeah, I don't see that being a problem. Alright, and next up, the Barons. This is Pwn and Gabe. Rudolph of the Gabriel K bloodline, notorious marcher elder, stands before a blazing hearth, roaring with arms outstretched. When the Barons of the March back down from a fight, when have the Barons of the March back down from a fight? Never. I know you'll do whatever it takes to put me, your rightful king, on the throne. Alright, Pwn, Gabe, this is you. How will you scheme against me? You vote in chat. You just do exclamation point, vote, and then the letter you want. You still have time. I'm gonna let it go so you can actually still vote. Vote whatever you want. It's up to you. Your choice. You can either work with Pwn or work against him. All right, there we go. Yeah, no, like I said, with the votes, with like all of the other types of votes, vote however you feel you want to vote. That's the whole point of the game. You're playing a character just as much as I am. So you guys both voted for sorcery. The Barons plan to make a bargain with a wizard. These immortal spellcasters seldom get involved in political squabbles, but perhaps if the Queen was considered a threat to their autonomy. To advance their scheme, the Barons must raise authority to 5 or more in 2 seasons. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, y'all's whole point is to try to take me down. That's literally your whole goal, is to take me down before I can get an heir and finish my goal. Alright, so now I get to choose new laws. Or a new law, I should say, sorry. I think I'm going to adopt the Monarch's Golden Choice. So if you guys choose mine, you get more money towards your stuff. Because if you notice, everyone starts off at 1,000. So this will actually add 500 if you... Exactly. I can't wait to take you down. Thanks, son. My own heir is trying to take me out. Jesus. Alright, so we're going to go with the Honor Guard first, because I'd like to be protected, thank you. One evening, you're sitting up in bed, reading some paperwork, when a filth-encrusted peasant wanders into your bedchamber, as bold as brass. Hello, your mage. Glad I finally found you. This bloody place is a maze. Mind if I take a seat? Who are you? Oh, me? Name is Quacking Tony, your mage. Please to meet you. And yes, I am good at voices. Don't judge me. Listen, I've got a bloody great idea for you. What if we tied a bunch of birds to a knight? I reckon you could field some aerial troops and totally dominate the battlefield. Before Quacking Tony can explain further, your marshal burst into the bedchamber, sword drawn. Your Majesty, I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I have no idea where the Palace Watch are. Do you want me to kill this intruder? Just kick him out. Arms behind your back, scumbag. The peasant is dragged from your bedchamber, still babbling about bird nights. When the marshal returns, she looks grim. Bird nights. If one thing's clear from this mess, it's that you need an honor guard who can actually keep you safe, not like the pathetic watch. Think carefully, Your Majesty. These guards' loyalties will be divided between you and their region. Of course, you could just hire foreign mercenaries. They'd be loyal to coin above all. You know what? I know it's probably a bad idea. But I'm gonna give this to my son and Pwn. Wow. Then again... Yep, I'm going with the march. So everyone else's defiance went up. Which, if I remember correctly, you're trying to bring it down to 4 in the south. So, yeah. Not having that. Sorry. The veterans arrive a few weeks later. They march into the throne room in perfect formation before lining up behind your throne. Hands on their sword hilts, each soldier sports a a bigger scar than the last. All right. A contentious sale. So we're going to the north now. Your Highness, this is an outrage. Grandy J.M. Dingus is trying to steal my bear from under my nose. Really, Citadel? Hey, Nixie. Thank you for the... Wow. 5 months in a row. Nice. Thank you for the sub, hun. It's my bear. Your Highness, this is an outrage. Grandy J.M. Dingus is trying to steal my bear from under my nose. Okay, Dingus, what do you have? What do you have to say for yourself? It's not his bear. I was about to buy this bear from Adventurer in the Tatterlands when Chief Crack Citadel turned up, shouting and raving about Skirnorn? Who is Skirnorn? The northern goddess of medicine and knowledge. The bear wears her mask upon her brow. Clear as day. Alright. I'm pretty sure this is a matter for the council. Mark my words, if this bear is not brought to the north where she belongs, there will be trouble. Alright, so you guys get to vote on this. Oh, here we go. Encourage a bidding war between the two nobles. That's going to be my golden choice. So if you guys pick that, you get an additional 500 gold. But Citadel is already right. Oh, God. Hey, Nixie. Okay. By the way, Nixie, if you want to play, you actually have to do join first. Hold up. Getting ahead of yourself, Citadel. Nixie, you got to do... There you go. Nixie, that's what you got to do. Oh, thank you. I didn't even see you do that, Dingus. Very much appreciated. Alright, so once I hit start vote, then you guys can actually vote. But like I said, this will net you an additional 500 gold yourself. So if you guys vote for C, you get 500 additional gold. This one right here. Alright, and that's everyone. So, here we go. I like gold. Encourage a bidding war between the two nobles. So, yeah. Dingus, Citadel, have fun. In a furious back and forth, the nobles battle it out for ownership of the bear. Eventually, Grandy Dingus wins out. The Tatterlands adventurer is delighted and goes away with more money than she knows what to do with. So, Dingus, you're now down to 0. And your defiance went down, which unfortunately is not what I wanted, but it is what it is. Naturally, the chiefs aren't happy to have lost their sacred symbol, but there is little they can do. Sorry, Citadel. The bear turns out to be a fearsome creature with bright white fur and intense green eyes, and she's vast. Even on all fours, she stands taller than a wagon. She is transported to the south, sedated by special herbs. Grandy J.M. Dingus anticipate sellout attendance at his zoo. And now we just disquiet in the south. Alright, Your Holiness, my knaves accuse me of hoarding wealth. Me. Worse, they're throwing down their tools and burning their belongings, saying they want to live an ascetic life and that I should do the same. They want to match their outfits with their decor? Oh, nope. What nonsense. Quite so, Your Highness. They don't want to be pinned down by worldly possessions, but burning them is quite the overreaction. The ringleader of this movement is a philosopher called Ortega. She calls herself a voice of the ninth god, and the peasants hang on her every word. They'll be at my door any moment. Alright, so... we're gonna. That's where my vote's going. So I've already put a vote to A. All right. Thank you, everyone, for following in my lead. Grandy Nixie-chan arranges for one of her few loyal servants to go along to Ortega's gatherings. You hope to hear from them soon. Meanwhile, both rich and poor scramble to show off their devotion to the ninth god in the face of Ortega's surging popularity. Faith is now fervent in the south. Oh, Citadel, that wasn't the Golden Monarch's choice. That was just the Monarch's choice. Yep. Tricked ya. Alright, so now we end this season. And we start the auction. Well, this one you do, when I start the auction, you type in !fund, whatever you want to fund. It doesn't even have to be in your kingdom. It can be in a different one altogether. And then how much you're wanting to fund. Now, remember, this is what you have. Alright, so let's start the auction. Have fun. Yep, nope, my guards catch it. Sorry, Pwn. Nice. By the way, you can fund more than once, if I remember correctly. Alright, so let's see what gets it. It's going to be a fortress for the chiefs, which raises their military up by one more, and an observatory for the barons, which lowers their faith. Alright. Okay, so first things first, I'm going to need to find a spouse. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your advisors, the nobles, even the spy master, but there's one person you can't avoid. Your mother. Isn't that the truth? Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. I've been busy. You'd better find the time. Don't worry. I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? You know what? It makes it easier to have an heir if we just go with the opposite gender. So, yep. Excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. Okay. Later, buddy. Alright, so we've got false idols in the south and a terrible curse. Let's see what we got here. That philosopher Ortega is preaching that we can only be close to the ninth god if we reject our worldly possessions, which would be bad enough. But she's also performing miracles. My spy saw her heal a woman's broken arm with a single touch, cure an old man's blindness. She must be a witch. Okay, will do, buddy. Whatever we might think, the peasants believe in her. More of them flock to her barn every day as rumors of miracles spread. Alright, so what are we going to do? Let's see. The church should perform better miracles and lure Ortega's followers away. Send inquisitors to stamp this out once and for all. There we go. And have at it. Dingus just wants money back. Anybody else? And I want money back. Because I know my son's gone, but there should still at least be one more person. Pone, where you at, buddy? Going once. Going twice. The Archbishop sends priests to a village long abandoned to drought. Townsfolk from neighboring lands eagerly follow the holy group. Faith challenge succeeded. Yeah, baby. Once arrived, the priest's voice rise in choral harmonies. Townspeople join in as rain begins to fall, refreshing the land and turning it green once more. So now the South has better farmlands. Word quickly spreads all through the South that the church could do what Ortega could not. In the end, one of Ortega's own followers turns her into the church investigators. You expect her in the capital soon. Nice. Money, you're welcome. A terrible curse. Grandy Nixie-chan rushes into the council chamber, breathless and in disarray. By the old gods, you look like you haven't slept for weeks. That's because I've been placed under a curse. Look, my hair's falling out in chunks. What hair? Perhaps you're ill or old. It was one of my knaves. I saw it in her eyes. She's an evil witch. Okay, so let's get this out of the way quickly. Those pagans in the north cursed us. Nixie, you're not going to be able to vote C because I vetoed it. Nixie, it looks like you get to break the... Nixie, like I said, I vetoed C. You can't vote C. Wow. All right. There we go. I think Pone might have fallen asleep. Which means that technically the Barons are out to rest. You arrange for a priestess of the ninth god to question the accused. The church does not look kindly upon witches, particularly if they're cursing a noble for no reason. The peasant girl denies everything, but her defiant attitude gets her in trouble. After a few days of questioning, the verdict is announced, guilty. But we failed, so I'm not sure how that works. The accused is hauled away for punishment, but Nixie Chan's hair's troubles persist. Word quickly spreads about the incident, and peasants mutter that the witch was innocent. Okay, so we end the season. Oh, geez. Well, it looks like the Baron stuff is going to be picked at random. In the march, Baron Gabriel stands atop a border fort, flanked by soldiers glaring out over Ashmeaden territory with a scowl. Any luck finding a wizard to aid our cause? No, I'm afraid not. Queen Liliana is weak, and the wizards are satisfied that they needn't worry about royal meddling in their affairs. Bloody hell, we must try harder. The barons aim to raise authority to 5 or more. All right, so the barons aim to raise authority to 5 or more, which unfortunately, since both of them are away, that means that it'll only happen if you guys make it happen, basically. All right. So, since I don't have to worry about the barons right now, I'm gonna take their money. Now, I think I'm going to leave the chiefs and the grandees. Actually, I'm going to bribe the chiefs to get their defiance down. Just because I don't need an insurrection this early on. So the March defiance is now cordial, and the North defiance is now aloof. Eligible options. Oh, goody. I have found 3 potential matches for you, 1 eligible young man from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. Yes, I know. Your mother leads you to the Great Hall, where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright then, let's see the eligible bastards. Eligible bastards. Eligible bachelors. Not bastards, bachelors. She whisks away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Skold, firstborn son of the northern cracked Citadel clan. Handsome, isn't he? Apparently he's also exceptionally well-mannered and agreeable for a northerner. Even among the northerners, he's made something of a name for himself as a fearsome warrior. Had a bit of controversy a while back when his clan hall burned down. He was to blame somehow. I can see the appeal, I suppose. I will allow that through because, yeah. Anyway, I can see the appeal, I suppose. From the south, Torquato, the eldest son of the Nixie Chan lineage. He's reputed to have an ego the size of the sun, but there's nothing wrong with confidence, right? He's a savvy businessman who has had success in the spice trade. Unfortunately, the business went belly up due to his ramshackle accounting. No, not really. And finally, we have the Marches offering. Killian, scion of the prestigious Pone bloodline, a typical baron, really, loud and brash and self-absorbed, but mostly well-meaning. Like most of the barons, his great passion is hunting. No beast is safe from his crossbow. He's also said to be obsessed with carving a place for himself in history. Not sure how I feel about that. What do you think? Of course, by picking a candidate, you'll anger the other regions, but you'll gain a lifelong alliance. I don't know. I like the warrior dude. I actually like Skull this time. So this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the other 2 nations. Excellent. I'll make the arrangements. Jesus, can the South not catch a break? A philosophical meeting. Ortega arrives in your throne room, dressed in rags and flanked by the palace watch. She lifts her chin defiantly as she walks. Your Holiness, you wanted to see me? So, you don't believe in owning things? Getting rid of what's unnecessary is how you move closer to the 9th god. He has given me the ability to heal, and so I must use it. How can you claim to have anything to do with the 9th god? She's a heretic, plain and simple. By the 9th, I'm no such thing. He's just afraid of whatever he doesn't understand. You know what? I'm leaving this all up to you guys. Pick your poison. Squirrel, you remember you have to join first, right? I'll give you a chance to if you want. You've got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. B it is. Now, this is whether or not we actually pass is a whole nother issue. Nope, and that brings stability down to 2, or down to 3. I don't think I am a suitable preacher for you, Your Holiness. We're not a good fit. Yep. Fine, guards. Execute her. As she's hauled away, Ortega holds her head high, completely silent. She's beheaded the next day at dawn. Later, the Archbishop sends you a handsome, jeweled chalice as a coincidental gift. Nice. Alright, now for the lackluster menagerie. Your Majesty, I fear our menagerie is failing to thrive. We thought the bear would be the star of the show, but she just sits in her enclosure looking sad. No one wants to see her. Of course she's sad. She's meant to roam the frozen tundra, not melting in your scorching sun. Actually, we wonder if she'd like some company. Perhaps the Tattered Lanterns would yield another bear of her type? I'm going with B as my choice. Follows the money. All right. Voting on principles. I respect that. The Grandees contact the adventurer from the Tattered Lands once more, who returns having lost an eye, but gained a large, sedated bear. So my treasury goes down, but the South's defiance also goes down, which means you guys are winning on that front, so yay. Once the second bear is safely installed in the enclosure, both beasts cheer up. People flock to the Grandee J.M. Dingus's menagerie to lay eyes on these majestic creatures. So, J.M. Dingus's wealth goes up, and trade is now at 7. Alright, and that is the end of this season. You know what? We're going to adopt Call for Unity and replace the Monarch's Choice with that. Not the Golden Choice, the Monarch's Choice. Too hot. The Royal Wedding. Let's see how this goes. Your wedding to Skuld is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bernard's Cathedral with Skuld at your side. Do you take this man as your lawfully wedded husband? I do. Then I pronounce you queen and husband. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. Your new husband, Skuld, laps up the attention, delivering a witty speech in which he flatters you outrageously. Ooh. I like that. He flattered me. I knew I picked the right choice. Stability is up to 4. Authority is up to 5. Defiance for everyone is down by 1, which for the north and south was already at 0, so. By the time you find yourself alone with Skald, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. You danced so very beautifully. It was such a wonderful day, wasn't it? Agree with him. You endure a long conversation with Skald. You endure a long conversation in which Skald seems determined to flatter you relentlessly and agree with everything you say. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, they did. By night's end, you still don't know who Skald really is. His real personality is concealed beneath 100 layers of etiquette. You go to your separate bedchambers, still strangers. Oh. Apparently the March is under an invasion. Your Highness, we're being overrun. Not by sword and spear, mind you, but by hogs. A particular virulent breed of wild Tavalinese hogs, to be precise. They terrorize our farmland and forest alike. They even attack our farmers when they're feeling particularly brave. The council must do something. Okay. Did you want me to wait so you can vote, or... You know what? I'll wait for the vote, just to give Citadel a chance to come back. Ooh, I like this one. Arm the farmers with weapons to fight off the menace. Which should be fine for them. I mean, they've already got a very high military. Nixie, hold on. Okay, have a good one, hun. Yeah, now we're definitely gonna have to wait for Citadel to come back. Good night. Okay, so again, we're just waiting on Citadel. I think while we wait, I'll just run another ad real quick just so to get it out of the way. Because then it should wait another 30 minutes before it runs another ad. So, let's just do that real quick while we wait for Citadel. Alright, so we're back. Now we just have to wait for Citadel still. Guess I can get more relaxed now. Oh, and a hydrate. So I will take care of that, and I will actually drink water. I'm trying to be a little more health conscious, if only a little more. Okay. I am going to need to get more water soon, though. At some point. Let me just clear that out. Okay. Alright, so hopefully by the time I let this go, Citadel will be back, so, because we need to keep this moving forward. So, to the vote. Okay, I was about to say. And then we'll give it like 15 seconds for Citadel. So, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. We waited. We did wait. So that raises you up to 2,200 now. Yeah, it's good. It's fine. Wow, with an 80% chance and they still failed? The Barons call on their reserves to donate any weapons they can. But it's no use. The military can only spare tipless spears and stringless bows. Countless marcher farmers are gored to death on hog hunts gone wrong, and the pest problem persists. Ugh. Yikes. That did not go well. Alright. Furious followers in the south. Your Highness, that troublesome philosopher Ortega is gone, but her followers are marching on our estates, demanding justice. It's the same in the march. They're making her into a martyr. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I don't really want my authority to go down, or my stability to go down, because then the barons could actually, well, I mean, they can't really because they're not here. But still, I'd rather not chance that. So, have fun, guys. You've got a 40% chance with faith. Yeah, of course you'd vote C. That makes sense, because, yeah. All right. So here we go. You issue a proclamation inviting Ortega's followers to enjoy bonus cash and comforts. No questions asked. So the treasury is now down to 1,400. Stability is up to 5 now. Defiance was already at 0. And Nixie just made an extra bit of money. It's not too long before the followers realize that worldly possessions are actually pretty useful, and Ortega's name fades into obscurity. Just the way we'd like it. Alright, and that ends this season. Seeking a simulacrum. In the south, beneath a scorching sun, Grandy J.M. Dingus is strolling through his vineyard in the company of a few close friends. You said you had a surprise for me. Indeed, and here it is. Behold. Your Majesty, what are you doing here at such an hour? I'm sorry, I hope you didn't overhear any... Quit babbling, you blowhard. This isn't the Queen. It's a peasant who's the Queen's spitting image. Oh no, you're a good pawn. You guys have already, yeah. God above, and just in time, the Spy Master trusts us so much that she's not noticed we're fortifying the border. So now the South's military is up to 6. So I'm already meeting my goal massively. That means we can move to the next phase, kidnapping the Queen and putting this fool in her place. How do we manage that? We need the kingdom in utter chaos, bad enough that the Queen's abduction can slip past unnoticed. Yeah, good luck on that one. For the next stage of our scheme, the Grandees must lower stability to 4 or less. Yeah, not happening. Not freaking happening. Sorry. I am reaching my goal. Far to the north, where snow blankets the landscape and wolves howl in the night, the chiefs plot to bring about the end of the world. Oh, so, Citadel, you're going for Ragnarok? You know, the name of my kingdom? Nice. Praise Morgana. Initial talks with the Ice Giants are going so well that they've gifted us a new patch of fertile land in the Northern Valley. So now your farming is up. The gods are good. With luck, this will be the foundation of an alliance strong enough to rock the world. Aye, the Ice Giants are a formidable ally. Tall as a building and limbs like tree trunks, and those southerners don't know how to fight them like we do. But first we must offer something the giants desire. A whole kingdom's worth of pillage? Just what I was thinking. If we fill the kingdom with bountiful goods and plunder, the giants won't be able to resist. For the next stage of the chief's scheme, they must raise other regions' trade to a combined total of 12 or more. Yeah, that's already done. You guys are already at that. Because right now it's at 15 total between all 3 kingdoms. Oh no, combined total of other regions' trade. So 7 and 5. That's not. Yeah, you're at 12. Okay. Yep. Nope. It's still 12. Recruiting a wizard. In the march, Baron Gabriel stands atop a border fort flanked by soldiers, glaring out over Ashmedian territory with a scowl. Below, a portcullis rattles open. A twisted stone figure is carried into the fortress, borne on a palanquin carried by hollow-eyed apprentices. The Baron goes down to meet him. Well, I have taken time out of my very busy schedule to come and meet you in this pimple of a fort on the backside of nowhere. Wow. I thought we might have a common goal. Save your breath. I already know what you want from me. Assistance in overthrowing the current queen. Am I right? Well, was it that obvious? I was born a long time before yesterday, my good Baron, and unlike some of my more isolated colleagues, I am no stranger to political machinations. On this occasion, our goals happen to align, but I cannot act on your behalf. Not until the bees are taken care of. So now the barons of the barons of the marsh are now the ones going after the bees. Did you say bees? Yes, on this plane they're simple insects, but in the apiary, the world of dreams and magic, they're powerful and intelligent. Call themselves the dreams of being. They have an innate fondness of royalty and sometimes protect monarchs from magical interference, but they won't harm non-magical folk beyond the occasional sting, so you can deal with them. For the next stage of their scheme, the barons must lower all regions' combined farming to 14 or less in 4 seasons. Hey, that's Psycho Yandere. How are you, hun? Yeah, the magic bees. So, yeah, the barons are meeting theirs. The chiefs are meeting theirs, but the grandees of the south aren't meeting theirs. Yet. Alright. Newborn cubs, rising tempers, and the deceased. Okay, what do we got for the newborn cubs? Grandee J.M. Dingus proudly wheels a covered cage into the council hall. Wonderful, Your Highness. Look what I have here. He whips the cloth from the cage to reveal a small, fluffy white bear. It's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. It turns out that the bears in our menagerie are in love. Isn't that sweet? I thought you might like to be gifted one of the bear's cubs, Your Holiness, in exchange for a modest donation to my menagerie. Your Highness, this is an outrage. A slap in the face to the devout chiefs. The bear should have been ours. You know what? We're gonna give the... I'm personally going to say we should give the cub to the chiefs. So here we go. Let's start the voting. Just remember, more money. Just remember, Pwn, C gives you money. Pwn, just remember, buying things in the auction phase for you could still mean a negative. Because there's always a positive and a negative choice in every region. Yes, Yandere. Join. You have to do join pronouns first. Also, keep in mind when you join, you only start with 1,000 gold, so it'd be in your best interest to do C, because that gives you an additional 500. Yep, there you go. You're in. As you can see, you are one of the barons of the marsh. And your current scheme is sorcery, which you guys are already winning at. Alright, unless opponent wants to vote. This calls it. Alright, going once, going twice. Bless you, Psycho. The Grandees rejoice. A spacious new enclosure is constructed for the bears, topped by a golden plaque reading, "By royal appointment." Visitors flock to the south to admire the bears and their beautiful home. As for the palace, the honor guard has their work cut out looking after your adorable new pet, which is always getting into trouble and stealing the marmalade. Really? Was Paddington Bear? My authority's up to 6, though. Peasants start calling you the Bear Whisperer. Technically, I get Bear. The deceased. The elderly Chief Majata, a cousin many times removed of Chief Cracked Citadel, died in her sleep last week. She was nearly 90, would you believe? I'm sorry, friend of yours? Not at all, Your Majesty. She was very wealthy, however. But she could have spent more time on her accounts. She died without a will, and the nobles are scrabbling for her estate. Chief Marajata was my relative. I wrote to her at least once a year. Of course the estate should be mine. My late great-grandfather used to play backgammon with her. He swore she intended to leave it to our family. By Oldheld's horn, that's a pitiful claim. You know what? Sorry, Yandere, but you forced my hand on this one. Nice. Said, looks like you're being outvoted again. Alright. And we're going to take another going once, going twice. Northern and Marcher nobles watch in outrage as peasants occupy the estate and move into the manor house. Well, thank God for stability and authority right now, because the March is not too happy with me. Using the late Chief Marjata's money, the peasants set up a marketplace on her land. It turns out to be a huge success, with merchants flocking to the place in crowds. Nice. So the chiefs also got better trade. You trust the situation is resolved. Yeah, I don't trust anything in this game. Where was the... Oh, Rising Tempers. Liliana, I have something I need to discuss with you. That oaf Baroness, that psycho Yandere, challenged my honor, calling me a coward only fit to fight training dummies. Ooh, Yandere, you, that's my hubby right there. I must regain my honor by fighting her at once. Give her a good kicking for me. By Aldheld's horn, I will, not to worry. The very next day, Baroness, that psycho Yandere, is summoned to the fighting ring for the much-anticipated duel. You've always been a coward, Skuld. Don't worry, there's still time to back down. Jesus. Skuld grins ever so slightly. The two combatants circle each other like lions, their axes drawn and pointed at each other. When they finally come to blows, the fight is over almost as quickly as it begins. A quick parry here, a thrust there, and suddenly Skuld is holding up his hands in a display of surrender. Yeah, apparently. Jeez. I surrender. You win. Better luck next time, dear husband. Skuld's face is a storm of anger and humiliation. Baroness, that psycho Yandere, merely laughs. Better luck next time. At least you've proven you're not a coward, just inept with a blade, despite all that practice. Yeah. Skuld barely speaks to you over the coming weeks. Instead, he spends most of his time in the practice yard, angrily swinging at the dummies from dusk till dawn. Yikes. No, not yet. Well, you're not high enough at all. This needs to be above 6. But that ends the season. And we start the auction. So, Yandere, since you're new here, when I hit start auction, you can actually fund any of these. With just typing !fund, the letter, and then how much you want to vote, or how much you want to fund it. So, we begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the auction begin. Hey, Bass Canada? Yes, as Dingus said, the top 2 go through. And let's see, where did... Damn. The marsh is getting a lot of people. Citadel, you are so alone. What is going on there? Like, Jesus. Ba Canada. Okay. Just remember, you guys only have 13 more seconds to fund anything. Alright, so it looks like it's a deer park and prison. I believe those were the 2 that got the most. Yeah. So that brings my stability down. About your heir. Okay. Your Marisha Skuld is not what you'd hoped. He seldom sleeps in your bed, and over breakfast you exchange only a few frosty words before he departs for a combat drill. The last thing on your mind is procuring an heir, but the needs of the kingdom must prevail. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. Your happiness isn't as important as fulfilling your duty to the kingdom, but I'm glad you found a way to have both. You've done well so far, but something's still missing. An heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. My husband and I will have a child together. Ah, the traditional method. No one will object to that. I'll arrange for you to take a month off from ruling so you can get down to business. A bizarre report. Okay. Your Majesty, I've received worrying reports. Worrying and confusing. Let me help out. What's wrong? I've received reports from one of my little birdies in Grand JM Wow, Dingus's manor. He has a most unusual guess. Who? It's you, Your Majesty, or someone who looks just like you. I have no reason to suspect the Grandee of plotting anything, and yet I can't square this away. Unfortunately, I can't devote too many resources to solving this puzzle with the kingdom in such a lamentable state. Too busy fighting fires elsewhere. I recommend you call a meeting of the council and try to do something to put a stop to this. Very well. Assemble them at once. You've got one choice, guys. Only one. Have at it. Yeah, unfortunately, you guys don't have a choice. I don't have enough money, and I'm not going to do nothing. Right now, apparently. You send your best knights to kick down doors and rampage through the manors of the south, searching for your doppelganger. It doesn't accomplish much except ticking off the Grandees. If this doppelganger exists, she's moved to a safe location. But at least you've bought yourself some time. You've hampered the Grandees' efforts. Their stat goal will not be evaluated until the end of next season. Yep. Legends Rising. You're aware of the ice giants, I hope. Brutish creatures that live in the frozen wastes beyond our northern borders. In a time before time, they ruled the north and kept people as slaves. The chiefs are willing to let bygones be bygones. They're forging an alliance with the giants to bring down your kingdom. What are the chiefs offering to those overgrown monsters? My intelligence suggests that the chiefs have offered up the kingdom as plunder for the giants when the time comes. I know nothing. What am I supposed to do? Tank my economy? Can we take them in a fight? That's difficult to determine. Perhaps the marshal could provide a more precise answer, but I would imagine not. We haven't fought the giants in centuries. Only the chiefs know how, and they aren't likely to tell us. The two of them combined would be a formidable foe for even the most well-equipped army. Yeah, I really doubt I'm going to get anything from that, but, you know, anyone that votes B gets an extra 500 gold. Well, you still get the 500 gold, I believe. Alright, looks like we go to send a tribute to the giants. Tribute to ice giants? Have you lost your mind? Trade to the north. Trade in the north is now modest. Trade in the marshes is now modest. Trade in the south is still wealthy. The north is grumbling. The marches are... Oh, no. No. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. You've certainly ruffled a few feathers, but hopefully it means you've slowed the chief's own giant courting tactics. Unfortunately not. Oh, no, wait, it has, actually. No, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, it has. It actually has. Back in the north, Chief Krek Citadel is hosting yet another feast at his clan hall. Not everyone is in the mood for celebrating, however. No developments, I'm afraid. The giants aren't willing to commit. Not yet, anyway. What's the problem? They leave their brains in the ice caves again? Or are they too scared to take on a measly queen? Nay, not enough plunder. We must make the other regions bigger, juicier targets. The chiefs aim to raise other regions' combined trade to 12 or more. You know what? I think the South is getting a bit too, I think the South needs to pay up. Yeah, exactly. So you're not going to feel it, right? And you know what? I'll let the Barons have something. So that I can drop them below 6. So y'all can't revolt. Can't revolt if your defiance is below 6. Yeah, probably. But no one can rebel. Yep, can't rebel from me. Sorry. Ooh, bankruptcy looms. The treasury is almost empty, Your Highness. What do you suggest we do? Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You could get a bank loan or sell off the crown jewels, or perhaps crack open some of your predecessors' tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold, or so I've heard. I own the Royal Mint, don't I? Make more coins. Yeah, that's the only way I'm winning any. Because if authority drops, I'm screwed. If defiance goes up, I'm screwed. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that added an extra 0. That was a glitch. You guys saw that, right? It was supposed to be 1,000, not 10,000, right? Oh, it said wow. Okay. But yeah, surely this will have no problems. An irksome legacy. Your Majesty, about the treasures of the late Chief Marjata. I hear that there was a necklace of rubies amongst them. Where is the necklace now? This is of the utmost importance. The peasants probably have it. They will have no idea how dangerous it is. By the 9th, a frail monk in the 7th century wrote of a ruby necklace that drove those around it to sin. I believe the late Chief Majata had it in her collection. After all this time, it may have surfaced. She didn't sound very sinful. Baroness, that psycho yandere mentioned her relative playing backgammon with her, did she not? Gambling is a sin. Everyone knows that. The necklace should be destroyed. It could be tested, but the Holy Regents will be expensive. You call the council to discuss the situation. I knew all along that estate was a bad idea. Aye, as did I. A bad business, that's what I always said. Oh, God. Such a shame that your highness fell foul of this evil magic. Jesus, 0% faith. Yeah, nope, we're gonna... We're gonna veto that, because, yeah. Have fun. Hey, Baruch. I'm doing good. How about yourself? Yep, I don't see this going badly at all. Oh, you dismissed the High Inquisitor and returned to your duties. Stability challenge succeeded. Wow. Oh, no, you're good. Thankfully, no great sin is forthcoming, or no more than usual. You receive a little extra on top of your next tax as a discreet thank you gift from the estate's beneficiaries. Yay, I got another 500. A prediction. Your Greatness, excellent news from beyond the sky. As your Greatness knows, I'm an amateur astronomer. I didn't know that about you, Citadel. I have seen that a solar eclipse is on its way, visible from the north. We must encourage the kingdom to gather beneath the dark sun and experience this once-in-a-lifetime event. By the ninth, nay, an eclipse is a warning from the ninth god, a sign that the kingdom has fallen to shadow. All the nobles start talking at once, but some are excited, some horrified, but all are very loud. You know what? I'm gonna go for that one. Faith up, defiance down. Sounds good, like a good idea. I don't know, I haven't seen him in a hot minute. Citadel, are you there? Oh, there he is. Yep, it seems like you're being outvoted once again, Citadel. I'm sorry. Alright, and we are going to start an ad real quick just to get it out of the way and done with, so bear in mind with me. Also, Baruch, you can't vote without joining, unfortunately. Okay, I'll run an ad then. Well, we're lasting about as long as we did last time, at least. Sorcery. Basically, they have to keep, they have to get the farming up. Which I think I combined like 12. Oh, the bees. They're trying to lower it for the bees. They're trying to kill the bees. Alright, so the Northern Sagas have few specifics about the sun going dark, other than the usual we're all going to die, so the chiefs turn to church scripture for help. You hope they will find something before the eclipse occurs. Alright, so we end the season. No one gets to revolt. Planning an abduction. Meanwhile, in the south, Grandee J.M. Dingus has invited his closest associates to his manor house for some wine and cheese and treason. The kingdom's on the brink of chaos. It's perfect. We have to strike. What do you intend us to do? Swoop in and kidnap the queen in full view of the honor guard and the palace watch? No, of course not. We need to use the chaos to our advantage. We have two options. Lure the queen to the south and abduct her there, or manufacture a food crisis and kidnap the queen during the relief effort. Wow. You have to raise your own defiance or lower own farming. I was going to say, any other Southerners? No, just Nixie. So unfortunately, it looks like it's just you. Nice. Now, unfortunately, I'm going to be going in the exact opposite direction because it's tax time. And what do you think I'm going to do during tax time with 10,000 gold? Exactly. We need to convince the queen that the South is on the verge of rebellion. In the current climate, she'll be forced to make a diplomatic visit to smooth things over. That's when we strike. One queen enters the peace tent, and another queen leaves. For the final stage of their scheme, the Grandees must raise their defiance to at least 6, but without starting a rebellion. Wow. Wow, Squirrel. You know what? I'm going to keep the votes we've got. Oh, I don't get to do that yet. Itching for a fight. Okay. Your Majesty, we in the March have finished a complete reorganization of our new army. It's truly it truly is a powerful beast now. Yes, very lovely. Moreover, I was hoping the Crown might be willing to host some military exercises. The soldiers are restless. You want me to start a war? We just need a suitable campaign to whet our swords and spears. An unbloodied army isn't worth its salt, I say. Let's see what the council thinks. Instead of a costly war, Your Highness, we could establish mercenary companies that fight abroad and take a healthy cut of the profits. Or, if Your Majesty wishes to gain something more than gold, we should use our might as intended and make inroads into Tavalin, whose meager army will surely be no match. You know what? I say we start a border dispute. Really? Are y'all trying to start a war with me now? Y'all really want that revolt, don't you? All right. I knew I should have vetoed that. It's best not to start any wars at the moment. The barons can find their own ways to keep their soldiers occupied. A treasure hoard? Your Majesty, I've received a letter from Baron Bacanada. There's trouble brewing. Oh no, what's happened? It's serious. An insurrection. It all started when the peasants got hungry. They've surrounded Baron Bacanada's fortress and are demanding he give up his riches. Does he have riches to give up? According to the peasants, his great-great-great-grandfather was quite a collector of antiquities. He asked the council to send aid. Yeah, not happening. Not happening. Also, hi Mark. Welcome to the stream. It's okay, I'm gonna squash the rebellion again anyway, so it's fine. The barons call up their cavalry reserves, who quickly descend upon Baron Bacanada's castle. Alas, the interlopers are stronger than anyone thought. They break through the troops and loot much of Baron Bacanada's treasures. For some time, peasants are seen parading their jeweled brooches and antique swords around the marketplace. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Yep, so that dropped my authority down, so yeah. Oh, this is not going well. Your Greatness, I'm afraid we've learned nothing from scriptures about the eclipse. Heathens, we searched through our most ancient monasteries and discovered a book describing a time when the sun went dark. And then, servants of the evil seventh god broke through while darkness fell and took possession of the one who predicted the eclipse. And now, the seer in question is none other than Chief Cracked Citadel. That's just some old book. I'm not any sort of demon. Not yet. Your Majesty, the scripture describes how the demons will use Cracked Citadel to bring havoc to our realm. We must protect the kingdom. Yeah, nothing I do is going to save this. I'm sorry, Citadel. It looks like your heir is going to be taking over for you. So let's see which vote actually wins, unless someone else wants to vote. Vote tied at 2. So I get to... Yeah. You really think I'm going to let my authority go down any further? Cracked Citadel is most grateful to be spared. Some nobles exchange worried glances while others praise your level-headedness. Meanwhile, the eclipse draws ever nearer. Unfortunately, there's no way to drop you guys down by 2. Although, if I can get you down before the rebellion even happens... Down in the march, Baron Gabriel is visiting the wizard Gordius in his tower of black basalt. Lava bubbles and cracks in the stone, somehow flowing uphill. Last night, as I slept, I walked through the glittering halls of the apiary. How do you know, and do you know what I saw? Ruined palaces, cracked and faded, thrones of the dream queen stand empty, the hives are dead or dying, all goes according to plan. My thanks, great wizard. Now shall we discuss how to overthrow this troublesome queen. Yep. This is Yandere and Bak-Canada, because I believe my son, Gabriel, and Pone are both not here. Oh, Jesus. Curse her with a fate worse than death, or send her far away so she can never return. Okay. Worse than death? Well, it can be done, but I will require an additional fee. Enough gold to sink a galleon, perhaps. That's a good start. Gadzooks, I thought we'd already sealed the deal. No, something you should learn. Dealing with wizards is a tricky business. Now, get me that gold. For the final stage of their scheme, the barons must raise their trade to at least 6. So yeah, both the South and the March are both ready. Okay, so the March is on the verge of rebellion. Your heir. There we go. That's what I needed to hear. Should I die, I ask the crown be passed down to... The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My daughter. The assembled nobles break out into a polite applause. By designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. Your Majesty, may I be the first to congratulate you on the birth of your daughter. What is her name? Liliana II. Jesus. Calm down. You'll get your chance. Huzzah, Your Majesty. I'm sure little Liliana II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Which, pretty sure I already am. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of ironic. A rogue golem has crossed into our territory over the Ashmedian border, Your Majesty. This could be an exciting opportunity. Why did it cross over here? It was instructed to dig a trench, but evidently not told when to stop. It had dug a 16-mile furrow through the landscape and over the border by the time we stopped it. Please, my liege, this is our chance to figure out how this golem magic works. We could even turn it against Ashmead. Your Majesty, the barons would drown their own grandmothers to gain an advantage over Ashmead, or over the chiefs and grandees. Golems are an offense to the ninth god, and they're dangerous. We should destroy it before it gets out of control. Yeah, we're not destroying it. Sorry. I'm not adding even more. Hey, Pone's back. Of course, Golem, Of course, Pone sees Golem and says, "Ooh, shiny." You know what? I feel we're going to add it to the Marcher's army. You know why? Because that increases the army. Granted, it's only a 60% chance. Hey, Molten Lord. We know from first-hand experience how well these golems fight. It'll be a wonderful addition to our troops. The golem lives up to its reputation. On its first test run, blades pop out of its wrists and slice a training dummy in half, as well as the wall behind it. Nice. Where's the last one? I don't see it. Oh, Swan Trouble. That's what it was. You're enjoying a quiet game of croquet with your Chancellor when Baron Bacanada marches across your lawn, arm in a sling. Hell's bells, look at what your foul beasts have done to me. My foul beasts? Your swans, your highness. I was having a lovely stroll in my new deer park when I was ambushed by the feathery white spawn of the seventh god himself. Broke my arm with one blow from its wing. As queen, you own every swan in the kingdom. You're responsible for this injury. I demand justice. Technically, you do own all the swans in the kingdom, your majesty. That's been a law for at least 100 years. But I'm not sure this means you're responsible for the actions of said swans. Of course it does, you buffoon. That's fine. Peace is never an option with them. Yeah, that's true. There we go. Jesus, we don't need authority to drop any further, really. You guys really hate me, don't you? Jesus. Yep, that happened. That definitely happened. That's right, Your Highness. If you can't keep the Kingdom Swans under control, we'll take them away. With their royal protection removed, a booming trade begins in Marcher's swan rearing. Swan tongues are eaten for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ugh. That sounds disgusting. Ha! I ended the season before you could rebel. Back in the north, Chief Crack Citadel is hosting another feast in his clan hall. Mead is being passed around in good measure, and some chiefs are dancing on the tables. That can only mean two things: really good news or really bad news. Really good news or really bad news. Bjorn, pass me that drink, you old lout. I'm drinking until my ancestors feel it. Were those ice giants I saw on my way through your lands? Have we really done it? Your eyes don't deceive you, lad. They'll be marching with us come the morrow. The gods are good, but what happens after the ice giants march? Acts of my ancestors. I hadn't thought about that. Someone fetch me another drink, then assemble the other chiefs. Quickly, damn you. Alright, Citadel. This is all on you. Alright. Of course, you're going to go for the one that's easier. Alright, so let the ice giants fight alone and swoop in to the kingdom's rescue. Devious. Brilliantly so. Why is it almost dishonorable? Don't get too excited. The queen must be too weak to mount a response. If all the regions united, the giants could be thrown back into the north with ease. Oh gods, can't a man enjoy his drink without being warned about consequences or plans for 5 minutes? Wow, Citadel. For the final stage of their scheme, the chiefs must lower authority to 1 or less. Alright, auction time, guys. Not funding anything, guys? Jesus. Yandere going straight for the throat. And everyone but Pone and Canada are broke. Hey, bud. How you doing? Welcome in. So you actually have to hit join first. With exclamation point, join, and then your pronouns. So, yeah. Still no rebellion, thankfully. I am winning. Alright. Hey, Citadel. Looks like you get to hang out with my friend. One of my best friends, actually. You're now no longer alone in the north. Worse than death. Oh, geez. I feel like, the Barons have won. The sun is setting, but you're still at your desk, sorting through paperwork. You never knew being queen would involve so much reading. You have no idea where your husband is. You and Skuld barely see each other now you have an heir. As you stamp yet another document with the queen's seal, you notice something. The smell of smoke, thick and pungent and cloying. You look up to see a hideous stone figure, leaking wisps of smoke from twisted limbs, flanked by Baron Gabriel and Rudolph, the Baron's claimant to your throne. Hey, Fog Envoy. Welcome in. Yeah, I did just lose, unfortunately. I might be willing to do another round. Greetings, Your Majesty. Surprised to see us? I'll double what he's paying you, wizard. I'm afraid that while coin has its uses, it's never been my primary drive. No, I am working with Baron Gabriel simply because it serves my purposes. As such, nothing you could say will change my mind. Your honor guard have decided to take the night off. Your Majesty, convenient for me, eh? No, you can't do this to me. It's unfair, isn't it? Using magic almost feels like cheating. I'll feel guilty about it later, after my coronation. With trembling hands, Rudolph reaches out and plucks the crown from your head. Suits you, your majesty. Now let's leave this sorry queen to her fate. The new king and his loyal servant depart, leaving you alone with the wizard. Is it hot in here, or is it just you? Right now I'm supposed to give you a fate worse than death. Perhaps a taste of my own fate will suffice. Though I doubt you will have the magical ability to overcome my curse as I have. Gordius whispers a string of words in a language you don't know. All of a sudden, your legs feel numb and heavy. Looking down, you can see your veins slowly turning the color of dull stone. Please turn me back. If I could do that, do you think I'd stand before you in such a state? Even as a statue, you will be fully aware of your surroundings, hearing, seeing, thinking, but unmoving, unfeeling, unspeaking. This is the fate to which the triumvirs of Sarkhan condemned me, and which I broke free from, to an extent. But you will not be so lucky. Your legs and waist have turned to stone now. You only have moments before your statue. You know what? Make an obscene gesture. As you make the gesture, your arms and head harden. You can still see, though the world is black and white, and you can still hear, though everything is muffled. You cannot scream. Eventually, you're discovered by a maid. It's assumed that you're a statue commissioned by the former queen shortly before she mysteriously vanished. Thanks to your obscene appearance, you are locked up in a dusty warehouse. Eventually, a brothel buys you at auction and puts you on display in their front office. It's an undignified end, but at least you'll always have something to look at. The statue of Queen Liliana stood in the brothel for many years. None suspected its true nature, though some patrons swore its eyes followed them around the room. All that remained of the grandee's attempt to usurp the crown was a prisoner, deep under the castle, clad in an iron mask and shrouded in rumor. The chief's agreement with the ice giants fell apart, and the giants ended up attacking the north instead. The subsequent war kept the chiefs too busy to worry about matters of the throne. With Queen Liliana turned to stone, King Rudolph was crowned. None dared challenge this succession, fearing the wizard Gordius's wrath, but the whims of wizards are fickle, and it was soon obvious that Rudolph could not rely on his magical ally. Yep. Queen Liliana, the Bear Whisperer. Hey, I actually lasted Actually, no. I lasted exactly the same amount of time as last time. Yep, I turned to stone. Alright, so let's try this again, shall we? The stream itself lasted shorter, but yeah. Alright, so I'm going to push the ad forward by about 2 minutes, and then when we get back, we'll start the next round. Okay, sounds good, Citadel. And I forgot to unmute myself. Anyway, like I said before I forgot to unmute myself, you guys get to choose which 3 regions we start with. So, the first three people to yell out a region, those are the ones we'll go with. Alright, so we've got the Counts of the East. Alright. Spark, you might want to pick another one, because... Oh, there we go. Patricians of the Coast. And we need one more. And the South. Alright. Alright, so... Now just to do exclamation point join your pronouns, and if you want to, you can either put in your choice of region, or just let the game choose. Oh no, you're good. Alright. So Spark is of the East. Yandere is of the South. Dingus is of the Coast. But yeah, no, you're perfectly fine. So you add the... May the Ninth God protect me. Oh, it looks like the Counts of the East are going to have a fun time. Alright, so I will give this another 10 seconds. And then we will start. Anybody else who wants to join, obviously you can join while we're running, so that's fine. Alright. Back where I belong as a patrician. Alright. And here we go. Dingus, I can never believe you anymore. I'm sorry. Alright, so we'll start with the coronation. Your Majesty, I've scheduled your coronation to take place in a week's time. Shouldn't I be giving the orders now? Of course, Your Majesty, but to delay any longer would make the nobles restless. And when nobles get restless, they take their daggers and look for the nearest back. Oh, we wouldn't want that, I suppose. As is tradition, the council will decide what happens at your coronation. What? But it's my coronation. This isn't an absolute monarchy, Your Majesty. Everything has to be run past a council vote. Even this. Shall we call the nobles in? Alright, so for those that don't know, when I click on start vote, the way you vote is you type in exclamation point vote and then whatever your choice is, A, B, C, or D. Alright, so first things first, as I always do, y'all ain't throwing me into the goddamn river. And go. Welcome back, Pwn. The counts now have another. All right. Any more votes? Because we do have 5 nobles. Oh, Pwn, you haven't voted yet. There we go. It is unanimous. Well, mostly unanimous. Alright, the coronation is a great success. Jugglers, wine, fireworks, and feasts. It has an impact on your treasury, of course, but what doesn't? So, stability is up by 1, treasury's down by 1,000. A fellow follower of the Ninth. Let's see. Pwn looks like that. Actually, if anybody else wants to know what their character looks like who doesn't own the game, because obviously those who do own the game are able to create their own, Yeah, basically, you took over for Citadel. Spark, that's what you look like, by the way. Yandere looks cute. Yeah, I know the feeling. Alright. Okay, now we're going to go with council introductions. Chancellor, now that you're the queen, your first duty is to meet with the Council of Nobles. Your nobles hail from all across the kingdom, the desolate east, the wealthy coast, and of course, the scorching south. Introduce yourself to the Counts of the East. An honor to finally make your acquaintance, Your Highness. May you escape the doom that befell your predecessor. Okay, now the patricians of the coast. A pleasure, Your Serene Highness. I hope to see our kingdom prosper and grow wealthy under your reign. May the Ninth God bless your reign, Your Highness. I trust you will conduct yourself with honor and faith. Yep. Wow, Squirrel. Wow. Alright, the council hall immediately fills with raised voices as the nobles argue with each other and demand your favor. You sigh and sit back. Is this what the council is like? No wonder your father told you to avoid the throne at all costs. And the path to victory. Your Majesty, when you die, how do you hope the kingdom will remember you? I'm gonna go with the Conquerors again. A warrior queen is sure to be remembered fondly if she wins more battles than she loses. I suggest over the next few years you focus on improving the kingdom's overall military as much as possible. Once you have an heir, I will return to discuss how your ambition is progressing. Good luck, Your Majesty. Maybe this time I actually might keep my head. Alright, so we end the season, and this is where you guys get to vote on your kingdom's, or your region's, schemes. Violetta of the Instinct Leader Spark Dynasty, sinister Eastern orator, leans delicately on a podium, sighing. My fellow counts, in ancient times the East was its own proud kingdom. We can bring back those days of glory, but not while the false queen Liliana wears the crown. Alright, counts, this is up to you. Pick your scheme, which you just do with exclamation point join, or not join, exclamation point vote, and then whatever you want to pick. And I would do it quickly because I don't remember if it goes through automatically. Try again, Fog. There you go. Voting has closed. Alright, looks like Intimidation wins. I think with the way that works is if there's a tie in these things, it's whoever voted first. Alright, so the counts plan to hold the queen hostage in her own palace. First, they must lull the spymaster into a false sense of security. To advance their scheme, the counts must raise stability to 5 or more in 4 seasons, which right now, you guys are already on that path. Alright, now the patricians. Drusilla of the J.M. Dingus family, eccentric coastal rapscallion, scribbles with a well-used quill on a hardwood desk, speaking calmly. Fellow patricians of the coast, my claim to the throne is far more legitimate than that of Queen Liliana. Something must be done. Alright. There you go, coast patricians. Go ahead and choose your scheme. I am drinking Pepsi. Well, I've got Pepsi and water, so I'm doing both. Wow. Wow, Spark. Just wow. Oh, was that... Wait, do we only have one patrician? Yes, we do. Okay. I didn't realize there was only one of you guys. Alright, so you guys are going for... Well, the patricians are going for an uprising this time. I can't say you guys, because there's only one of you right now. The patricians plan to incite a peasant uprising to overthrow the queen, before swooping in to steal the throne for themselves. To advance their scheme, the patricians must raise the treasury to 2,000 or more in 2 seasons. Jesus, you guys have it easy. Yeah, you keep saying that, Dingus. You keep saying that. And now for the south. Arceta of the Dark Shadow Knight lineage, sinister southern firebrand, stands bathed in sunlight, wow, ranting in a fury. A false pretender occupies the throne while my claim is ignored. Grandees of the South, this is a stain on our honor. We must not allow it to go unanswered. Alright, Southies. Southerners. Southies, really? Really, Brain? That's where you go? Witch hunt. Nice. Yes, I said Southies. Leave me alone. There's all sorts of heresy in the capital, and the Grandees intend to expose it. First, they must ensure the South is beyond reproach. To advance their scheme, the Grandees must be the region with the highest faith in 3 seasons. Well, I mean, you guys aren't losing at that. You're actually winning already. So, basically, everyone's already got their goals. We must purge the non-believer from the throne. Oh, what have I gotten myself into? Alright, so everyone's on the first stage. We're going to go with Call for Unity. Alright, so first off, we're going with the Honor Guard. As is tradition, each region offers a selection of elite guards. The Counts with Knights of the Order of the Drowned Rose, the Patricians with champion gladiators from the arena, and the Grandees offer their fiercest battle nuns from the Sisterhood of Steel. Yeah, battle nuns. Unfortunately, we can't recruit the Eastern Knights. There's been a major scandal. Some of their poetry was plagiarized. Oh! They won't come to the capital until this blows over. You'll need to pick someone else. Well, that's a first. I await your verdict with bated breath, Your Majesty. That lowers my authority. I don't want to do that. But it also stops at least one scheme from going through. Fine. The battle nuns arrive in the palace a few weeks later. They nod to you silently, their solemn steel masks betraying nothing, before filing into formation behind your throne. Jesus. God. Okay. Geez, we're already going with the missing bees? Your Majesty, terrible news from the east. The bees have vanished. All the bees? All of them, all across the east. We count to rely on the bees for our honey trade. But worse, in the east, bees are bringers of good fortune. We look after them, and they look after us. It's a grim omen indeed if they've deserted us. Our peasants are scared that we've offended the bees somehow. We must track them down. You know what? I'm already vetoing this. Sorry. Be gone. Ooh. Well, looks like I'm gaining stability and losing authority. Pah, what do the peasants know? Oh well, I suppose it's better than nothing. While the nobles scoff at the queen lowering herself to listen to the peasantry, the peasants themselves are happy to have a voice for a change. You hope to find something useful soon. Okay. And then a new baby in the coast. Greetings, your esteemed highness. Some fine news from my citizens in the coast. A baby has been born on your birthday, bearing a birthmark in the shape of the number 9. Fantastic omen. Perhaps we should mark the occasion. Well, that's my vote. Well, have at it, guys. Jesus. Wow, Spark, thanks. Already voting against me. I see how it is. Jesus. Yep, that's how it goes. I know. I appreciate it. By the 9th, your serene highness, I can assure you there is no deception going on here. I'll be the judge of that. When the High Inquisitor returns, she is forced to admit that the birthmark is indeed genuine, but her rude questions and threats have turned the local population against her. So yeah, the faith went down. Alright, so we end this season. Alright, so now we start the auction. Once I hit start auction, you guys can vote, or you can basically put any of your money into whatever you want. Be it for your own region or for another region, which is entirely up to you. But yeah, this is how you do it up top here. Just hit !fund, whatever letter you're voting or funding, and then how much you're funding. And keep in mind, this is all you have is 1,000 at the moment. So, have at it. Pwn, try again. You were just a smidge too early. All right, there we have it. It's the library in the east, and the cathedral in the Grandees in the south. All right, here we go. So first off, we're gonna go with finding a spouse. In the twisty passages of your castle, you can avoid your advisors, nobles, even the spy master, but there's one person you can't avoid: your mother. Why haven't you found a spouse yet? It's been almost a year. I've been busy. You'd better find the time. Don't worry, I'll take the liberty of finding eligible candidates. What is your preference? Men, women, or do you not mind? You know what? I'm gonna go with women this time. Yeah, it is. Spark knows better than anyone. Excellent. I'll send out messengers to the most influential noble families in the kingdom. Let's see what they have to offer. A stinging problem. An eastern peasant has word of the Count's bees, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but I did spot a big old swarm of bees going over towards the south. Grandee, that psycho yandere, stamps in, her face swollen and covered with stings. Those damned Counts, I bet they sent those bees of theirs just to trouble us. They've been attacking you? Yes, it's terrible. By all that is holy, those bees must be destroyed. No one dares to go outside. Our markets are ruined. Blood and stars, these bees are our livelihood. If they're killed, they'll bring bad luck to all of us. Then you should have taken better care of them, shouldn't you? Jesus, Yandere. You are just the meanest. The South stole the bees. There we go. Have at it, guys. All right. Looks like the church has a chance. Grandee, that psycho yandere, looks pleased and bows, hurrying away to summon some priests. Not every priest is happy about the risk of stinging, but enough attend to the peasants to get them in better shape for work. Soon, the markets have returned to normal. Jesus. Y'all are zealots down in the south. Alright, and a sacrilegious request. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. We'll see. Your esteemed highness, I am as devout as anyone, but it's beyond ridiculous that for one day of every week, all the shops shut and no work gets done. I know, it's the ninth god's holy day, the day he rested after slaughtering the other gods like cattle. But must it interrupt trade? I'm leaving profit on the table. And need I remind you that the coast is the economic powerhouse keeping the kingdom afloat. We should receive special dispensation. A reasonable enough request. It most certainly is not. Ah! I assure you, High Inquisitor, I have nothing but the utmost devotion to the ninth, but I need to think about my profits. Geez, what are they, the Ferengi? Dingus, what are you guys, like the Ferengi or something over here? Jeez. The ninth prophet? You know what? I'll give it to you. Well, I'll give my vote towards it. Damn. Sorry, Pwn. Looks like they won. Thanks to its immense trade value, the coast received a special dispensation for its merchants to operate during holy days. Profits increase as a result, but congregations quickly shrink. The Archbishop tries to encourage better attendance, but the marketplace is more tempting than a dreary sermon. So the faith is down to 2, trade is up to 9, and some patricians' wealth has increased. Well, there's only one patrician, so... Alright. So let's end the season, and with that, we'll probably go into an ad break. Discontent on the rise. Across the kingdom, discontent with the queen is rising. Everyone knew that she was better off, but until now, it hadn't occurred to most people just how much better off. Now the peasants are asking all sorts of troublesome questions about their benevolent overlord, and, as everyone knows, once a question has been asked, it can't be unasked. Hidden deep in the spider's web of alleys crisscrossing Thalos is an old tavern. Somewhere in its hazy backrooms are a number of patricians who have met to celebrate their recent success. The laborers are getting rowdy, and it's all thanks to us. Now that they know how much wealth the queen's hiding, they're itching to get rid of her. Careful we don't get them too riled up, mind you, or they'll start asking questions about our wealth as well. Yes, now it's time to incite some real chaos. Show them that Queen Liliana is not only greedy, she's utterly incompetent too. For the next stage of their scheme, the patricians must lower stability to 4 or less in 4 seasons. Yeah, good luck on that one. All right. No, I don't want to do that because that's bad news. You know what? Just gonna go with normal taxes. Okay. Okay. There we go. Eligible options. I have found 3 potential matches for you, 1 eligible young woman from each of the kingdom's 3 regions. Choose wisely, you'll be securing a powerful alliance. Yes, I know. Your mother leads you to the Great Hall where she's arranged 3 portraits on easels. For now, each is covered by a cloth. Alright then, let's see the eligible bachelorettes. She whisks away the cloth from the first portrait. This is Sashahara, the eldest daughter of the Eastern Spark dynasty. Apparently they had a hell of a time getting her to smile for this portrait. She had a laboratory installed in her castle and spends most of her time there, conducting bizarre experiments. Half the East are in love with her, apparently, and the other half hate her. Alright, so let me just reread. She had a laboratory installed in her castle and spends most of her time there, conducting bizarre experiments. Half the East are in love with her, apparently, and the other half hate her. She's an intriguing candidate. From the coast, we have Rhoda, the wealthy heiress to Lord Patrician Dingus's estate. I mean, just look at her. She's gorgeous, and apparently she's got a silver tongue, too. Her interests are typical of the coast: money, 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 and making more of it. But to her credit, she gives a lot of it to charity. I like the sound of her. And finally, from the south, Genoveva, the eldest daughter of the Yandere lineage. She's reputed to have an ego the size of the sun, but there's nothing wrong with confidence, right? Like many in the south, she claims to put her faith in the ninth god above all worldly concern. And she's got grand plans by all accounts. She wants to change the world. What do you guys think? I'll let you guys. Alright, fine. And finally, oh, I literally hit the wrong button. I have made my decision. Genoveva of the South. Excellent, I'll make the arrangements. Alright. And now we've got a dangerous cult in the east. That doesn't surprise me. The priests bring ever more concerning reports of a wild cult at large in the east. These fanatics call themselves the Eighth Chapter, and they claim to have found the arm of a dead god. The arm of a god, a colossal limb that moves under its own power. Tall as 5 men, long as 10 horses, clad in shining steel. I dread to think what such a thing might be capable of. This heresy cannot stand. The council must do something to stop it. I'm going to say no to the lowering stability. Sorry. All right. Jesus. Alright, anyone else? Because that's just Fog, Spark, and Dingus. Going once. Going twice. You could swear you hear a few of the accounts actually hiss. The wisdom of inaction may prove the council right, or it may destroy you all. So the East is now up to 5 in Defiance, and Faith is now... Jesus. Faith is just plummeting. Alright, there should be one more. Where did you go? Ah, dealing with the swarm. Your Holiness, some good news from the south about that bee problem. The priests have been... Whoa, what the... Okay, that was weird. I think I lost connection for like a second there. Anyway, Your Holiness, some good news from the south about that bee problem. The priests have been making up herbal ointments for treating stings. And they think they've discovered some new antivenom that's even more effective, but we don't have enough to test it properly. Yep, and I can't veto the... God dang it. Oh well, if their defiance goes up, it doesn't matter. Okay. Call for unity. Without a royal blessing, the research doesn't go very far. The peasants don't trust their priests enough to test an unknown remedy. Even when the grandees throw money at the problem, the antivenom project quickly fizzles out. Well, it looks like the South lost some money. Alright, and on to the next season. In a picturesque castle overlooking the southern city of Serena, two grandees lie back to enjoy the sun. Praise be, whispers of our plan have reached the peasants, and they are in an uproar. They call for the sins of the queen to be laid bare. Jesus, Faith is now fanatical. I already have leads on information from inside the palace that we can use against the queen. It's only a matter of time. We have the High Inquisitor on our side, but we must also sow dissent among other regions. We won't succeed alone. For the next stage of the scheme, the grandees must raise other regions' defiance to a combined total of at least 8. Really? Yep, you're already winning on that one too. Jesus. Hold on. My chat window wasn't updating. There we go. Nice. You're going to go with the Monarch's Golden Choice, meaning whoever votes with me gets 500 gold. The Wandering Bard, The Royal Wedding. Let's go with The Royal Wedding first. Your wedding to Xenoviva is naturally the talk of the kingdom. Nobles and peasants alike travel from across the realm to attend. For a week and a day, the capital is one giant party. It feels like you're the only one not taking part. Instead, you're getting ready for the ceremony. Soon enough, you're standing in St. Bertrand's Cathedral with Xenoviva at your side. Wow, this name is hard to say. Jeez. Oh yeah, sure. Of course, Fog. Do you take this woman as your lawfully wedded wife? Yes. Then I pronounce you queen and wife. After the wedding, of course, there's a feast, and after the feast, a dance. At the feast, your new wife, Xenoviva, delivers a long, rambling speech that puts everyone to sleep. Jesus. So, stability up to 8, authority up to 5, defiance down to 3 for the coast, down to 0 for the south, and down to 4 for the east. By the time you find yourself alone with Xenoviva, it's past midnight and you've never felt more tired. What a wonderful occasion that was. A shame that tradition demanded we marry in St. Bertrand's Cathedral. I can assure you the temples down in the south are much grander. I hope you're not feeling homesick already. Of course not. I never get homesick, actually. I can't abide people who waste time dwelling on the past. Tell me something you're passionate about. I'm just a humble follower of the Ninth God's teachings, and everywhere I look, I am surrounded by sinners and heathens. I can't wait to laugh at them from the thereafter. That's so interesting. It is, isn't it? Anyway, to continue on the subject, you gently fall asleep to the sound of Xenoviva's droning on about herself. Jesus. Heresy Unleashed. Oh, God help us. Your Highness, it is with little surprise that I must say ignoring our cult problem did not make the issue simply go away. The 8th chapter has grown in size and now threatens to overturn the church in our cities. Their leader, Etravian de Opry, has taken to calling himself the Father in the East. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Welcome back. Alright. And here we go. I just want to make sure I was not leaving anyone out. Alright. Oh, sorry, Robo. I didn't see you come in there. I apologize. Welcome in. Oh, Baruch. Oh, I was like, wait, who's Robo? But no, you don't have to buy the game to join. The only thing buying it does is lets you customize your noble. Thank you, Brother Ding. You're on the right side. Jesus. Your spy master sets her agents to scouring the east, infiltrating cells of the cult to find a willing betrayer. All the while, the counts breathe down your neck as more and more shrines to the eighth god appear within their borders. Weeks pass and your spy master reports that the faith of the eighth chapter is unshakable. Subterfuge has failed. Oh, jeez. Alright, and now to the Wandering Bard. Your Majesty, a traveling bard... excuse me. She says she has come to compose a song for you. Not just any bard, Your Highness, the best in all the land. Sally Six Fingers, they call me. A song, you say? About me? Why, of course. In fact, I have the tune and verse all but ready. I have saved my best work for you, my queen. All I require is a subject. What should I tell the masses of you? What would you like to inspire? Teach them to love me. Or no, teach them... Okay, so we got one for fear. We got two for fear. Okay, no, we got one for fear, one for love. Fear it is. I will do so, Your Highness. Absolutely, give me but a few weeks, and everyone within the Crown Lands will know of your might. Pray, I need but only a small payment of 500 gold for the time. A discounted rate for one as esteemed as yourself. You know what? I'll pay double. Why do I have a feeling this is going to backfire on me, though? Welcome back, Baruch. She hurries out of the throne room to do your bidding. Unfortunately, Sally is a better salesperson than songwriter. She composes the song, yes, but it fails to capture the hearts of your people. Damn it. You have her perform it for you, but it's abysmal. Nothing rhymes. There's no rhyme, and she doesn't even pronounce your name correctly. Okay, that happened. Jesus. Really, Baruch? I'm having trouble with the sounds for some reason. I don't know what's going on. Far in the east, Count Spark is hosting a dinner party in his castle with a few distinguished guests. Our plans are going better than expected. The Spymaster thinks that all is well in the kingdom. Thanks to her lack of attention, I've made a fortune selling weapons to the Ashmedian Empire, even though it's forbidden. So Fog's wealth went up by a bit, and trade is now up to 5 in the east. Things are proceeding better than I ever imagined. Our next step is to replace the Palace Watch with our own loyal agents. Indeed, the Honor Guard are incorruptible, but the Watch are another story. If the Queen can't pay them, they will look for money elsewhere. For the next stage of the scheme, the Counts must lower the treasury to 1,500 or less in 2 seasons. Oh no, they were saying the Battle Nuns were incorruptible. Okay, so Anyway, sorry, I had to respond to someone. Jesus. All right. Disquiet in the south. Your Holiness, my peasants accuse me of hoarding wealth. Me. Damn it, Pone. Worse, they're throwing down their tools and burning their belongings, saying they want to live an ascetic life and that I should do the same. What nonsense. Quite so, Your Holiness. They don't want to be pinned down by worldly possessions, but burning them is quite the overreaction. The ringleader of this movement is a philosopher called Ortega. She calls herself a voice of the ninth god, and the peasants hang on her every word. Wow, this sounds familiar. You know what? I don't like my stability going down, so we're going to stop that from happening. And there we go. Voting has closed. The patricians welcome the extra cash for the use of their peasants. The Coast Defiance is down by 5, or down to 2. Some patricians' wealth has increased, which is just dingus. Oh no, wait. South is grand. Hold up. Who's what now? Yep, that happened. But meanwhile, more and more southern servants discard their possessions to follow Ortega's teachings. Fun. The Warlock's Letter. A strange letter has arrived, Your Majesty. I think it must be from Etrevion the Opry. You reach out your hand and take the letter, and it bursts into flames. Your spymaster throws the burning missive to the ground, and in the next moment, it morphs into a screeching spirit made of living fire. Ooh. Witchcraft, witchcraft. A voice like iron dragged over hot coals proclaims, I hear you wish to kill my master. I know you tried, you pig. Meet with my master at his temple beneath the god's good ground, or he will drown the east in blood. The burning spirit takes flight and begins to circle the council chamber. We'll have no parley with this madman. Tell this abomination to be gone. I have a notion, Your Majesty. A parley would present the perfect opportunity to ambush the 8th chapter's inner circle. There we go. I say to use the meeting as an ambush. We can take them out quick and easy. Just remember, 500 gold. All right. We can go with more stability. I appreciate it. The burning spirit shrieks and dives at the floor. It vanishes in a shower of sparks. Your spymaster approaches the scorch mark and looks amazed. This is a map. This is the place and time where you are to meet the warlock. I will begin preparations at once, Your Majesty. A menacing omen. Your Majesty, here in the east we have a hair problem. A worrying thing indeed. I'm glad you agree with the gravity of the situation, Your Highness. This is a dire omen. The town of Yorsk holds a spring festival welcoming the warmth back to our desolate lands, but this year we were forced to miss it. The fabled hare known as the Pale Beast of Yorsk appears and officially begins the festival, but not this year. The peasants grow restless. It's white as snow, the size of a large dog, bears majestic coiled antlers, and is delicious with parsnips. Really, Pwn? Jesus. The gathered nobles gasp, then fall silent. Blood and stars, you ate the pale beast of Yorsk? It hopped onto my lands, and I thought it was just a rare sort of rabbit. This monster has eaten the fabled pale beast of Yorsk, casting a shadow upon the coming year, the coming decade, in fact. It's not just a hare. The pale beast possessed powers beyond our understanding. Your Grace, please bring down the weight of justice on this wretch. Alright. Do what y'all do best. Yep, I saw that one coming. Baruch, if you want to join and vote, you can. You have to join first. Exclamation point, join, and then your pronouns. I'll allow it. But you've got 10 seconds to do so. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, no, you don't have to buy the game. You just type in join. Exclamation point join. That's all you have to do. Yeah, you just type in chat, exclamation point join. Well, there you go. Now you can vote. Try that with, yeah. There we go. Haha. Thank you, Baruch. It failed, but still. Count Fog Envoy quietly contacts merchants to obtain a suitably large and snowy-looking hare, but the best they can find are rabbits dusted in chalk. In the end, Count Fog claims that they saw the white hare and the festival goes ahead, but even so, the peasants of Yorsk remain unsettled for some time. Jesus, the East's mutinous at the moment, and stability is lowered to 7, which is fine. Alright, and to this we end the season. And we begin our next auction. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was my fault. Of course, of course. Oh, and stretch. And posture check, and... Ooh. Yeah, this will definitely be the last round, though, unfortunately, tonight. But if you guys want, I can try to find another person who's playing this as well. So when we do end tonight, I'll put you on to someone else who's also playing. And I did not think about the wording on that. Oh yeah, it's great. I love it. This has been so much fun. Alright, so about your heir. Okay, so... Your marriage to Xenoviva has grown stale. Oh, you get along well enough, and you've made some good memories together, but there's no spark. She cares more about the ninth god than your happiness, but spark or no spark... Spark or no spark. You still need an heir. Congratulations are in order. The royal wedding was a magnificent affair. It went about as well as could be expected. You're still in power, aren't you? Still got the crown on your head. That's what matters. You've done well so far, but something's still missing. An heir. You need someone young whose loyalty is assured. A child of your own would do the trick, even if they're a bastard, or the youngest of your many cousins. Not sure how my wife and I will have a child together, but I'm pretty sure I have a bastard child lying around somewhere. No, you know what? I said the first game I was going to adopt a lowborn child from an orphanage. That's what we're gonna do. The nobles won't be too happy with a lowborn child being elevated to the status of a royal. I urge you to reconsider. No, my mind is made up. I'm sure history will remember you as a champion of the people, if it remembers you at all. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Now we go with a witch hunt. I've gathered some reports from the south. The Grandees are among the regions scheming against you. No surprises there. They're smearing you as an impious, unholy queen. They have inquisitors digging up evidence as we speak. I should go to church more. Oh, that won't help. You could be the holiest saint in the kingdom and they'd find an excuse to call you a sinner. I suggest you strengthen your relationship with the other regions. You'll want them on your side once the Grandees increase the pressure. Sadly, your popularity with the nobles leaves something to be desired. They are likely working with the Inquisitors already, providing them with damning information. We must move to stop this. Yep, nope. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not helping them because that would lower a bunch of stats that I don't want to see lowered. Alright, anyone else voting? Yes, but it also lowers stability and authority too. Alright. Within days, non-Grandee nobles flood the Inquisitors with tips on each other for every possible sin. Eating veal on Sundays, buying a crossbow made with the wrong type of wood, wearing trousers backwards, wearing trousers forwards. It's an effective stalling tactic for now. The Grandee stat goal will not be evaluated until the end of next season. Alright, and the cult spreads. Oh, Jesus. There's a problem with the followers of that Southerner Ortega. Her teachings have spread to the coast. Worse, she's getting stronger. She's performing miracles, healing a woman's broken arm with a single touch, curing an old man's blindness. All over the coast, the laborers are throwing away their goods and cursing the patricians for their greed. They're clashing with priests, even starting brawls in the streets. Every day we lose more workers to this cult. You know what? Gold to anyone who chooses C. Yes, that gives the counts their goal, but at the same time, it raises my authority. With little money in the right places sweeps the problems away. For now. Alright, and we end the season. Blackmail and bribery. In the darkest depths of an eastern forest, Count Spark has gathered his fellow plotters around a mossy stone obelisk. Luck is with us, my friend. The Palace Watch are in our pocket. Some have even agreed to fight on our side when the time comes. Music to my ears, and you had no problems? No, they took our money gladly. The kingdom can barely afford to pay them a living wage. But now we must plan our next steps. Alright. Spark, Fog, have at it. I was gonna say, Baruch, you're a patrician. You don't vote on the count's plots. Over the next few months, we'll have our troops infiltrate the capital disguised as beggars. At my signal, they'll gather and storm the palace in the dead of night. The bribed watch will open the gates. Our soldiers will murder the queen in her bed and have our claimant on the throne before sunrise. Ruthless, I like it. But what about the patricians and the grandees? They'll call us usurpers and rise up in revolt. Not necessarily, my friend. If Queen Liliana's rule is weak enough, we can persuade them to accept anything. For the final stage of the Count's scheme, they must lower the kingdom's authority to 3 or less. Back in the coast, Lord Patrician J.M. Dingus has met with his co-conspirators once again. Wine is being passed around in good measure, but there seems to be little cause for celebration. It's no good. The citizens are losing momentum. If we don't keep up the pressure, they'll go back to living their normal lives in peace. Bah, lazy good-for-nothings. Can't even get off their backsides for one measly revolt. We have to keep them unhappy. Don't allow the queen time to stabilize. Patrician's goal is to lower the kingdom's stability to 4 or less. Well, let's get the counts a little more on our side, shall we? We can afford to tax the grandees, sorry. And we can afford to tax the patricians as well. Again, sorry. Wow, Baruch. Unfortunately, I need to bring my funds up. And keep the counts down. Bankruptcy looms. Oh, here we go again. Where the hell where the hell did it all go? I can't possibly say, Your Majesty. Perhaps you've been spending a little too freely. Apart from raising taxes, we have precious few options. You could get a bank loan or sell off the crown jewels, or perhaps crack open some predecessor tombs. Most were buried with piles of gold, or so I've heard. I own the royal mint, don't I? Make more coins. Yep, that one happened again. Alright, parley with the cult. In the dead of night, you begin a secret journey to meet the 8th chapter in the East. It's just you, your spymaster, and your honor guard disguised as common soldiers, rattling away in the back of the worn cart for 100 miles. At a wooded grove, you are greeted by a gaggle of wild-eyed folk with the number 8 branded on their foreheads. They push a giant boulder away to reveal a cave entrance. Be on your guard, Your Majesty. You are led down a long tunnel, at the end of which rests an enormous metal arm, like the limb of a fallen giant. Etrevine stands atop it. I am Etrevine the Opry. They call me the Father in the East. Welcome, Your Majesty. I am pleased you chose to meet with me. You bear witness to his arm, the arm of the 8th. Surely you must now believe the prophecy. No. I chose violence this morning. Laughs raucously, and in an instant his followers join him. Hysterical laughter fills the caverns, echoing down tunnels, and your spymaster makes for a concealed weapon. A fine jest, Your Majesty. I have not laughed so in quite a while. Very well, how might we foster peace? Oh, how interesting. The olive branch extended. I had not thought to see it. Allot my followers and I a substantial piece of eastern land. We will worship our God in peace, and you may worship yours. I'm really not looking to have authority drop. That field will run red with royal blood, I assure you. You and your party retreat from the cavern and begin drawing up plans as you make your way home. As word spreads of the upcoming battle, peasants cower in their homes. Furious followers. Nice. Your Holiness, the troublesome philosopher Ortega is gone, but her followers are marching on our estates, demanding justice. It's the same in the coast. They're making her into a martyr. Yep, not looking for either of those to drop. I'm not looking for stability to drop. I can afford to lose money, though. Have at it, guys. Baruch, it's up to you. What do you vote? Going once. Going twice. There we go, Baruch. I knew I could trust you. You issue a proclamation inviting Ortega's followers to enjoy bonus cash and comforts, no questions asked. So Pone's wealth just went up. Despite having voted against me. It's not long before the followers realize that worldly possessions are actually pretty useful and Ortega's name fades into obscurity. Sure. So you and Spark are the counts. The Grandies are Pone and Yandere, and Baruch and Dingus are the patricians. No problem. Alright, let's end the season. Deep in the south, in the back gardens of a sun-bleached villa, a number of Grandies crowd around a figure, raising their arms in a toast. Here's to the future Queen Arceta and the golden age on the horizon. May the ninth god strike down the false queen for her wickedness. Soon the Inquisition will be complete, and the Archbishop will crown our claimant. But what should be done with the Queen? Yeah, good luck on both of those, by the way. It seems like all y'all are just trying to lower everything. I think I've secured myself this round. I feel like I've secured myself this round. A glorious way to usher in the new queen. The ninth god will surely be pleased. First, the current queen's grip on the kingdom must be at an all-time low. We wouldn't want to face any backlash from our little fireworks show, would we? For the final stage of their scheme, the Grandies must lower stability to 5 or less. Here we go. I know where I'm doing with that. Easing the tension. Your Majesty, nobles of the council, tensions are running high, but the kingdom itself is stable. Perhaps it's time we forget our past troubles and come together as friends. What do you have in mind, Chancellor? We could exchange gifts or hold a friendly competition, a fashion show perhaps, or a game of riddles. Your Majesty, why don't we hold a vote on a team-building exercise to help you and the council trust each other again? Have at it. Jesus, a three-way tie. Nice. A three-way tie. That's hilarious. Let's go with an exchange of gifts, shall we? A capital idea. Gift givers and recipients are plucked at random from a hat. You're assigned to receive a gift from Patrician Baruch and give a gift to Grandi Yandere. What do you buy for noble patrician Baruch. A jewel-studded chalice. Most generous. You have my thanks, your esteemed highness. Wait for your gift from Grandi Yandere. Your gift, when it arrives, is a crudely carved wooden statue of a seahorse, beautifully wrapped, but not especially valuable. Apologies for such a modest gift, your highness. Times have been hard lately. Okay. The Battle of the Arm. You take up your place atop the steed and join your marshal on the march to the east. Beside you, the High Inquisitor leads a regiment from the Church's holy orders. March alongside your army. Proud to be standing with you against the heretics, your majesty. Soon you are in sight of the Warlock's Wood. A horde of cultists have swarmed the surrounding vineyards. The ground shakes and the earth bursts asunder. An enormous metallic arm emerges, scuttling on mechanical, centipede-like legs. Etravine the Opry is astride the monstrosity, his staff held above his head. The closed fist of the giant arm begins to open. Your Majesty, we must strike before it's too late. Fill the sky with arrows. Yes! Knock, draw, loose! The sky is blackened with arrows. The thundering horde of the 8th chapter falls like wheat before the scythe. Your archers keep filling the air with death. In the hail of arrows, Etravine tumbles from the arm of God, looking like a pincushion. The arm of God stops its ominous scuttling. The cultists still standing flee. The day is yours. With the 8th chapter scattered, the kingdom is safe for now. All know who to thank. Defiance is down, faith is up, and authority is up. This actually legitimately might be my first and only victory. A curious curse. A giant glass globe filled to the brim with murky waters wheeled before the council. The fishbowl contains noble patrician Baruch, suspended in liquid. They poke their head above the surface. Your esteemed highness. Glub glub. A most infuriating circumstance has befallen me, glub glub. I can see that. I have been cursed by a sea witch. He inflicted me with these glub glub gills, so I can't leave the water for more than a couple glub glubbing minutes. What did you do to anger this wizard? I happen to own a tannery that is glub glub polluting some picturesque beach he likes. How was I supposed to know? Glubbing. No, I demand you attest this maniac and force him to remove these gills. Actually, no. I gain more authority if you send the military. Wow, even Baruch is shutting down his own tannery. Jeez. After your soldiers close down the tannery and destroy its vats, the nearby beach returns to its former beauty, and noble patrician Baruch recovers from their curse. So you lost a little bit of money. Defiance went up by 1. That's fine. Yeah, that was the point, dingus. I didn't want them to pick A. Reverse psychology is a great, great thing. Sure, a few hundred jobs are lost, but it's a small price to pay. Yeah, not like your trade's really hurting. Noble patrician Baruch appears in the council hall a few days later, back to their old self, though they have a case of the hiccups that persists for several months. Alright, and we end the season. Alright. Exactly. So it worked to my advantage. Your heir. Nice. Should I die, I ask that my crown be passed down to... The council hall is filled with nervous silence. My adopted low-born daughter. The silence continues, accepting a few stifled coughs. After the awkward pause has stretched out to over a minute, there's finally some sporadic applause. The nobles don't appreciate you inducting a low-born child into the royal family, but whether they like it or not, by designating an heir, you've cemented the stability of the kingdom. So stability is up to 8. Defiance is also up to 4 on the coast in the east, and 1 in the south. Alright, and with that, Your Highness, may I be the first to congratulate you on adopting an heir. What is her name? Liliana II. Most pleasing, Your Highness. I'm sure little Liliana II will grow up to be a chip off the old block. Congratulations on finding an heir. Now you just need to fulfill your ambition to win the game. Expect a visit from the Spy Master soon. Yeah, usually at this point you all are just beating my ass, basically. But this time I've got you all beat. Like I said, this might be my first victory. Anyway, ad should be starting soon, so I will see you guys once the ad is over. And we're back. Alright, so the Iron Limb. If it pleases your majesty, we have salvaged that limb of the eighth god that Etrivion the Opry drew power from. It rests now within my workshop. This so-called arm of God is actually a machine from a long-extinct civilization. We have so little evidence of ancient technology, I think it prudent to study the contraption. How interesting. And in your observations, learned woman, had the danger of this heresy not crossed your mind? It must be destroyed, your majesty. The matter is simple. This is a tough one. Oh, right cross. Really, squirrel? Really? Yep. If majority vote A, I get a +1 to authority. Whoops. I'll give Baruch a few seconds to catch up if he's voting or not. Either way, I'm winning. Unvote A. I'm not sure that's how that works. Now, if I had done the swing vote, you could have voted differently. Thank you, Baruch. And now authority is at 10. Beautiful. Authority is now tyrannical. Jesus. Tyrannical. How delightful. I'm glad the council is so keen to advance the sciences. Some months later, the scholars call you to her workshop and presents a new invention. She calls it the Rail Bombard. The contraption is the longest cannon you have ever seen. There are steel wheels all along its length, and at its rear, a pair of strange humming anvils. The barrel points up through a skylight in the workshop. Oh my. Beautiful, isn't it? Load the bombard. A hatch above the anvils is swung open by an assistant, while two others load an odd, oblong cannonball into the barrel. When they turn cranks on each anvil, the humming grows louder and louder. In a few moments, the wheels turn until they are whirring, lightning passing up and down. In another moment, the assistant suddenly pulls the crank from the anvils, and a sound like thunder is heard. Quite fascinating, wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? As you watch a long shot fly... Whoa, Jesus, that's a jump! The East have acquired a powerful new weapon of war. Jesus. That was a jump. The printing press. Your Highness, a blacksmith in the south has come up with some sort of printing contraption. Instead of relying on the painstaking efforts effort of scribes, it produces 100 copies of a text an hour. How remarkable. Yes, Your Highness. Isn't technology wonderful? Don't you see how dangerous this is? Books should stay in churches and universities, or else commoners will start getting ideas. Not having both of my stats lowered, thank you. It's amusing. Let us have our ideas. It feels good to be queen. And since Pone is asleep now, here we go. Quail University will be proud to take stewardship of this marvelous new technology. Over the next few months, the university publishes countless educational texts, spreading knowledge that had once been confined to its own library. It proves an immense boon to trade and farming as the common folk learn advanced techniques for increasing crop and mining yields. So the coast trade is up to 10, the east trade is up to 7, the south trade is up to 9, the coast farming is up to 6, the east farming is up to 9, and the south farming. So everyone won from that one. Courtesan, let's see what you joined. The Grandies, nice. Unfortunately, Quail University also publishes a few histories of the kingdom that don't paint the monarchy in a flattering light. Okay, so my authority is now just iron-fisted. I can live with that. Alright, so we end the season. And we start the auctions. Have at it, guys. Okay, that's fine. All right. And the two that pass are the theater in the east and the patricians with the aqueduct. Your ambition. Here we go. At the start of your reign, you said you wanted to be a conqueror. But so far, you've not convinced anyone. The kingdom's army is mediocre at best, Your Majesty. You won't be doing any conquering anytime soon. Your current ambition isn't working out for you. If you want to stop the nobles from overthrowing you, you need to pivot. Change your image. My advice would be to infiltrate each region with loyal spies. Defeat their schemes with schemes of your own, but your other advisors have other ideas. Your Majesty, if you help us spread the zeal of the Ninth God, the Church will lend our full support. With the backing of the Church, the nobles wouldn't dare move against you. The common folk are a sleeping giant that even the nobles are afraid to awake. If you become beloved by the peasants, the nobles won't dare overthrow you for fear of revolution. Don't listen to the rest of these fools. Have you heard of the Scepter of Sages? It's a lost artifact forged by Queen Alma the Wise. There's a legend that any queen who recovers it will rule over a golden age. Right now, it seems like trade is the one with the highest value. Stability and trade. A wise decision, Your Majesty. I'll be recruiting spies. We'll send them across the kingdom in the guise of traveling bards. But this will require a fine touch. Your priority is to raise the kingdom's stability and overall trade as much as you can. And of course, there can't be open rebellion among the nobles. Hyperinflation. As you ordered, Your Majesty, the Royal Mint has churned out thousands of new coins using cheap gold-like metals. The treasury is technically replenished. I sense a but coming. But it's also devaluing the currency across the kingdom. A loaf of bread now costs 100 times what it used to. Yeah, I saw that one coming. Something must be done. If this gets worse, our currency will be worthless. So yeah, I did trade and faith, and yet, nope. No. I will have only one drop, not both. Just remember, B means that all of your money goes poof. Along with mine. All right. We're waiting on one more vote. I think. Call it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I was giving someone time to vote if they wanted to. You stubbornly cling to your existing currency. It has your face on it. We can't throw that away. Jeez, trade just went down the dumps. And, oh, that's not good. Well, it was a good run. Soon, farmers are selling each turnip for a wheelbarrow full of coins. Everyone's savings have been completely wiped out. Eventually, the cost of minting the coins actually outweighs their value. The kingdom's entire economy collapses like wet bread, and people start using a barter system. Yeah, no, that was, a kraken on the coast. That's interesting. A kraken, a real-life honest-to-ninth kraken, just outside my harbor off the western shore. We should send our navy to subdue the beast at once. A kraken has every advantage in a sea battle, Your Majesty. Perhaps a lighter touch is preferable. It said kraken can be appeased by offering a living creature. Heretical nonsense. You cannot be considering this, Your Majesty. Has 55% chance of this succeeding. And it failed. A couple of your nobles breathe a sigh of relief. No one wants to get into a fight with a kraken if they can help it. But the gamble doesn't pay off. The kraken, emboldened by any lack of resistance, starts wreaking havoc up and down the coast. Yep, trade is just completely gone. Military is completely gone. Authority is even worse now. Yep. Patricians' masks barely contain their anger at the council's inaction. Their fleets are sunk, their citizens are eaten, and their economy crumbles. Well, back in the coast, Lord Patrician J.M. Dingus has met with his co-conspirators once again. Wine is being passed around in good measure, and it seems spirits are high. We've done it again, my good friends. The citizens are in an uproar. Riots are commonplace across the kingdom. I foresee no negative consequences of this. Other than for the queen, of course. Excellent. I'm sure the queen is already cowering in her palace. Who knew laborers could be so useful? Now then, only one step remains. I have two proposals for the plan ahead. One way or another, we will push the laborers to turn violent. Yeah, pretty sure both of those, well, farming is, yeah. Yeah. I was close. If it wasn't for the devaluing of the money, we'd have been fine. Diabolical. Why you might even call it evil. No, it's for their own good. When you think about it, everyone will be better off with me on the throne. With this final push, we will ensure the queen soon has more than just a few angry peasants on her hands. Indeed, and once the fighting starts, I'll be right there, ready to step in and negotiate. For the final stage of their scheme, patricians must lower all regions' combined trade to 4 or less. Yeah, you guys are almost there. Yeah, no, I totally didn't. Yeah, and there's no way I'm winning this either. You know what? You guys are gonna go against me anyway, so might as well just take all the money I can from the two of you for now. Hey, what do you mean defiance is now treasonous? Y'all were already both at 10 anyway. Jeez, everyone's on the verge of rebellion. You could all just rebel against me and I'd have nothing. No defense, nothing. Although, it seems like this is the end. Because I only see one thing, and that usually means it's happened. Baruch, go ahead, rebel. Well, like I said, it's over anyway. You struggle to keep your eyes open as you pore over your letters late one night. The candle burns low. Just as you're about to get a nose full of ink, there's a soft knock at the door. Good evening, Your Majesty. I'm awake. I came for a chat. I'm concerned for your safety. I don't like it when you give me that look. Then you should listen carefully, Your Majesty. There are a number of rumors circulating about you at the moment, all preposterous, I'm sure. Naturally. But the common folk are easily swayed. Many think you are a monster, if not literally, then figuratively. Before you can answer, your marshal bursts through the door, a panicked look on her face. No time, Spy Master. There's a mob forming outside, and I think it's about to turn violent. A violent mob? How violent? Somewhere between angrily waving torches and pitchforks about and putting the queen on a block and chopping her head off, I reckon. Your marshal leads you down a winding staircase to a secret exit, where your wife is waiting for you. Are you alright, dearest? This is quite unexpected. You put your hand on her shoulder and mutter your best words of encouragement, but you're interrupted. Through the palace windows, a pack of city folk are pelting tomatoes at your beleaguered watch. This way, Your Majesties. You're led down a dark tunnel, your honor guard following closely behind. You realize before long that your marshal is leading you through the catacombs that crisscross the underbelly of the city. When you emerge from the darkness, you're far from the palace, next to an old canal. Now what? Not to worry, Your Highness. We will meet with the army and crush this would-be revolt before it begins. Over there, it's the Queen! You pick up the pace, but a horde of peasants are soon chasing you down the streets, calling for your blood. As you round a corner, a familiar figure is waiting, flanked by the dozen inquisitors in blood-red, hooded robes. Greetings, sinner. Run for your life. You try to bolt down an alleyway, but almost immediately your battle nuns close ranks, blocking your path in complete silence. Did you believe the Sisterhood of Steel would follow a corrupt queen over the Ninth God himself? I'm sorry, Your Highness. I should have known. The High Inquisitor just sneers. Reason with the High Inquisitor. She glares at you from beneath the hood, unmoving. You're being used by the Grandies, you know. I know no such thing. I know only that you must answer for your crimes. Stand your ground and fight. You gesture and shout at the traitorous inquisitors, but the battle nuns stay where they are. Their masks focused intently on you. Only your marshal remains loyal. Your Highness, we cannot hope to fight them all. Come now, listen to your marshal, Liliana. A wise decision, Your Majesty. Your wife looks at you darkly. The marshal lowers her sword. Moments later, you're being paraded through town as peasants hurl rotten fruit and bricks from their windows. By the time you get to Arald Square, a crowd has gathered and a pyre erected. Shouts of heretic, monster, and sinner are tossed around like a pigskin ball. As you're hoisted onto the stake, you notice a crowd of Grandies watching from the corner of the square. You are hereby found guilty of high crimes against the Ninth God and his followers, including blasphemy, apostasy, profanity, and treason. Do you have any last words? I'm going to haunt you all. The crowd gasps and hisses. Hopefully they'll be afraid of your imagined power when you're gone, a small solace. The flame grows higher, higher, until you're engulfed. Your reign ends in ash. The fiery, spectacular fate of Queen Liliana passed into legend, an enduring lesson in the power of the Ninth Church. The Count's attempt to worm their way into the palace was uncovered, and a number of arrests were made. Count Spark ended his life chained upside down to a dungeon wall. Unable to convince the peasants to act in time, the patrician schemes fizzled into irrelevancy. Perhaps next time they'd take matters into their own hands instead of hinging their plans on the whims of common folk. The Inquisition's bonfires blazed in every street of the kingdom. With heretics and dissenting voices disposed of, the grandees crowned Arceta to rule over the ashes. The other nobles did not dare protest. Alright. Queen Liliana the Heretic. Jesus. Alright, have a good night. And for those that are sticking around, I'm going to see if I can find someone else who is currently streaming this, if you guys want to follow on. So, just hang in there. Give me 2 seconds. And it does not look like anybody's playing it right now. Oh no, we have GK Crumbies. Alright. So, let me just follow them real quick so that I can lead with a raid. Alright, and like I always say, guys, thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. And no, unfortunately, Baruch, I will be playing, well, possibly be playing Vermintide 2 with a friend of mine. If I remember correctly, you have it too, Baruch, so if you'd like, you could always come along. Anyway, have a good one, guys. Thank you again.